Good morning, good afternoon, 44 Trading Room. Hi, team. Hi, Kriston. Hi, DVG. Nice to see everyone. I hope the sound is okay. And I hope everyone had a beautiful weekend with your friends and with your loved ones. And as I see, some of mental traders are back as well. Hi, class. Hi, Erika. Hi, everyone. Hi, Mohammed. Good morning to you. Yes. Broadcasting with strategy. What is your monthly target in R language in your strategy in the first hour of market opening? Okay, that's a good question, Mohammed. I'm just going to answer it soon. Okay. All right, guys. Let's just start. I just post my screen share, do my screen share, and let's see how the market is doing. So actually, last week was a very busy week for the market, as you know, especially because of the rate cut and plus press conference. Hi, Lee. Good morning to you. Martins. See, Tara, nice to see you, Dor. Guidance Room Traders. Welcome, everyone. So indeed, and Friday, just in a nutshell, Friday, the triple reaching reached a bit the SPY and the triple Q, but not the Dow. Guys, Dow just reached another new all-time high, which is unbelievable. But it just did reach a new all-time high. Amazing. So let's see whether the SPY and the triple Q can make the same this week. Indeed. My screen share, unfortunately, it doesn't seem like it's working well. Might I have to stop it? Yes. That's weird. Okay, I will retry it. If I cannot do it, I'm going to ask DVG or Clifton to do the screen share. In the meantime, Mohammed, I'm just going to answer you. Usually, I'm very satisfied if I am up like 2-3 hours per day. Okay, 2-3 hours, I would say this is like a good day. If I go 5 or plus, this is a very green day for me, actually. Okay, so actually, generally, I would say a 2 hour, it's already a good day. Okay, like average 2 days or a 2 hour day, it's already a good day. But I'm always telling to my traders as well that it's not. I mean, don't push it too hard. Okay, don't push it too hard because now my screen sharing. Oh, Novia does not like me. Guys, please help me out. DVG, Clifton, if you can. Maybe DVG is not here yet. I mean, he cannot hear me yet. But if you can, please just help me out because screen share is just not working for me today. Sorry, guys. So back to the hours. Don't push it too hard because actually, if I see that we have a market or an environment, for example, like you remember last week Wednesday before the big rate cut and the decision, the market was completely hopeless, without direction, volatile, but on the other hand, it could not pick for a direction. I found it personally, I found it really hard to find a great setup. And when I see such a kind of an environment, I am not pushing it too hard. Like really, I mean it because I know that in the past, especially when I started trading, I went for revenge trading. I went for over trading, because I've seen like setups in every move of the stock, and this is not good. So I would say if we have a decent, nicely trending market, or at least a direction on the market, which continues after the first, I don't know, 15 minutes, max half an hour, that's a good one. Okay, or even if in the middle of the day we have a reversal and it's just making another direction, that's great. But when I experience a very choppy, very sidelines market, I'm not going with that. Okay. In this case, I don't push my 2-3 hour day. Okay. So I would say this is, and that's why I told you that this is like not, I cannot tell you that I want to reach everyday 3R because it's not true. If I see the market is not good, I'm not forcing trading, and most of the times I really warn my traders to do the same. Rather sit on your hands because this can be a difficult environment. All right, so please be careful with that one indeed. All right, traders. So again, back to the market indeed. And of course, if you still have any questions, please just let me know. I'm more than happy to help you in anything. As you can see, I just put the announcement. I'm going to do it for a while that the TEFS is back. I know there are still TEFS traders there. I mean, from the past. This means that this is the old company, okay? I have nothing to do with the old company. The new TAFs, it's a completely new company under new management with new circumstances. You can just check it on the TAFs.com. So if you want to buy a package again or a funded account, you can under the new terms with the new management, which I am the part of it, together with the room, as they cooperated with the room. This is going to be the official trading room of the TAFs. And actually, I'm going to be the test analyst slash support as well. So this is completely new management, new support. Everything is new. Okay, so if you are interested, please just reach out to me at agi@test.com. And if you know my private email, you can just write on it as well, because most of you, you know that. Okay, Arika. Yeah, everything is back. I mean, you can swing trade. I was fighting a lot. Swing trade and so on. 20% you can swing trade with the account and so on. And better profit share. So it's completely different from the old management and old company. You can see it's a totally new website and so on. And I'm going to be the head of the education as well. Okay, so if you have private mentoring with a package, then I'm going to be the one who's going to teach you further. Of course, the ones from the old management who still has private hours, as I've told you, I'm here for you all the time. Okay. Yes, exactly. Like with your account, if you still have hours to go, as I've told you, you can just reach out to me at any time. Okay. All right. You are welcome, Mohammed. Okay, traders, I'm not that brave to try again this screen share. I have no idea what's happening here with Omnovia, but unfortunately I cannot do that. Also, I'm just telling you that the market at the moment in the pre-market looks like strong. Not that strong on the Apple though, and I'm a bit worried about the semicons as well, and the big techs, because Microsoft is down a little bit, NVIDIA not that strong anymore, only 0.16%, and especially SMCI, which just concerns me a little here. And let me just check the news. Actually, as I've told you, after the triple witching Friday, which was an interesting day for sure, but not a bad one indeed to trade, I had a very nice green whole week actually. Wednesday was not that good though. And yes, the IMTC, it's very interesting because actually I just plan to read. I'm going to read it for tomorrow. There is a really good article. I think it's on the CNBC as far as I remember, which is writing down very nicely what's happening with the IMTC, with the Intel. As you know, there were many news on the Intel lately, and this is definitely has a huge impact on the whole stock indeed. I must tell you that most of the investors, investment houses, traders are quite of um, bullish, okay, on the whole INTC. Semicons though are still not believing that much, and some of the analysts either. A reason for that there were really good news indeed on the INTC, also might it's not enough because it was like a QCOM is going to take over and so on and so on. However, it's still not going to be enough for the INTC to push it higher. Actually, I think personally, if there won't be anything really bad news are going to hit the INTC, and it is able, if I just checking the daily and the technical analysis, if it's able to push over 23, 25, I think there is a high chance to pull back to the 30s. So I would say on my side that I'm rather bullish. I am rather bullish on the IMTC. Okay. All right, guys. Let's just see what happened. Not only the SMCI is in trouble, but actually, as I've seen, MU is still having some problem with this bad news of last week that the price target, it was just slashed dramatically. Actually, you are welcome. And I'm going to, that's why, as I told you, I'm going to take a closer look about this semicons indeed. On the other hand, though, as I see, the market is still under this Fed rate cut impact, and still this is a little bit moving higher. Palantir joins just the S&P 500 today, so I'm going to watch this stock for sure. A firm just got a buy rating as well, so this can be on our list. And anyway, traders, just an interesting fact now. I must tell you that the lower price stocks, especially the small caps, are making a better move nowadays than the whole S&P or the Nasdaq. So it's worth to watch the small caps as well. Intel news are out, by the way, even today. As I told you, the chip maker, there were several news last week, and today's news is the chip maker rose 4% on news that asset management company, the Apollo Global Management, offered to make an equity-like investment of much as $5 billion in Intel, according to the Bloomberg News report on Sunday. So actually, on Friday, QCOM recently approached Intel about a takeover. So as I see, it's more bullish, definitely. It's bullish and not bearish. Actually, it's up 1.65%. So I must tell you, I'm just going to put it already to my long list. Thank you, DVG. Yes, the news, very important trader to know about the news, and I'm very happy that DVG found just thought the same and thinks the same, because before I was just talking about the news mostly. Usually Meyer, even Scott, they did not care too much about the news, which is totally okay because we are trading the chart, not the news, right? But I think especially for the starter traders, when you out of the blue, you just experience a big jump on the SPY or anything like that, you need to be prepared for that exact minute, because usually news are causing these big spikes on the price action. And yeah, today actually we don't have too many, but still we have. And Monday it's a big word, because actually on Monday it's not too many economic news. Today we will get the 9:45 a.m. as you can see, the services and manufacturing PMI. After that, a lot of speakers. Goolsby speaks. After that, even Kashkari speaks. 1 p.m. traders. Goolsby, it's kind of a market mover, but do you remember Kashkari's speech? We just sent the market, like I don't know how many, like 3% lower. So let's be careful with Kashkari speech, okay? 1 p.m., 1 p.m. Set your alarm or something like that if you are going to trade during this time, because I'm sure that we should just be aware of him, okay? So Kashkari at 1 p.m. All right, guys. Clifton, if you are here, please, could you help me in screen sharing? If you could a screen share or anything like that. I don't know why, but Omnovia is just not making it happen for me today. Sorry for that, guys. Okay, guys. Thank you. Another thing here regarding the big movers, we are going to continue, but I just would like to look around. As you know, usually crypto, Asian stocks, and so on. Not a big thing. Nowhere actually. Asia started quite of mixed. Now it's a little bit in green. Europe as well. So, and actually what everyone is waiting for is the dollar index, whether it's going to lose the ground around this 106, or it's still going to go higher. In Asia, by the way, Nikkei was the strongest one. In Europe, It was the DEX, by the way, so it was not that bad either. And the DXY, this 100, I remember on 106, it's around 100. So if the DXY is going to lose the ground under 100, the dollar just can even weakening further, which can have some consequences on the economy as well. I'm not going to go into that, but at the moment, this is the magic number which every analyst is watching. As I've told you, futures very nice and green since the morning, and the crypto still strong. Several big green days on the Bitcoin, but seems like this between 63 and 65,000, there is a little resistance here. So it needs to break the 65,000, I would say, on the Bitcoin to continue further. Ethereum was the strongest among the cryptos. Today, I'm in the bigger ones, and I'm going to watch coin for today as well. As I see, even DVG is going to watch coin today. That's great. All right, traders, for me, INTC, as I've told you, it's going to the long list. If you have any interesting stocks on your candidates list, please just let me know. Next one is Sienna, which is higher after a double upgrade on Citigroup. And quite, I like Sienna trading actually, so Cian can go to my long list as well. Constellation Energy is the next one, CEG. This is a quite of a expensive stock, which is 3% higher after Morgan Stanley hit its 12 months price target, implying nearly 23% upside. This is a really good news for this energy company, CEG. CG looks like it's just a huge jump already, and maybe it still can even go farther because at the moment it's up 1.58%. Also, I must tell you this is not my ultimate favorite. Let's see. I'm going to put it here, but I'm sure it's going to be a little bit spready. So watch out with that stock, please. Pinterest. Social media platform advanced 2% after Deutsche Bank initiated a research coverage with a buy rating. Nice. Pinterest, it's a bit on the lower pace on the daily chart. So I would say that Pinterest comeback would be nice. As you can see, it's just forming now quite of an inverted or not an inverted, it's just a plain cup and handle, and it's up on the $31 area. There is still a lot to go here. 32.66 is the next quite of a stronger resistance. This is the 50 EMA, by the way, on the daily. So I like Pinterest, the long side. General Motors still in the news, 2% lower after Bernstein downgrade on the GM. Let's see how does it look like now. Wow, okay. So doesn't look good at all. And look at that, 1, 2, 3. It's actually it's a triple top now on the daily. Looks great for the short side. Mark, thank you as always. Very much appreciated for your candidates. And MU definitely on my list. As I've told you, SMCI, it's the other one to the downsides. I'm going to be in a trouble a little bit with these semicons today, traders. As I've told you, half of the see it's stronger, the other half it's weaker, especially the SMCI. And MU, I very much like it on the daily. Very nice. I agree with the MU to the long side indeed. Okay. Next one, Palantir, as I've told you, is just joining today to the S&P 500. That's why we can put it to the long list. For me, it's a bit too much to the upside. I'm not sure if it's not going to work out as a sell the news. So I'm just going to put it rather to the secondary list on the PLTR side indeed. And Micron Energy, by the way, it's up because the JP Morgan recreated an overweight rating ahead of Micron's earnings, which is going to be this week, traders. This week it's MU and even Costco coming, CETAS and a lot more. But I'm going to talk about it tomorrow because Tuesday is the day when the big um, earnings are going to be released, like Tuesday, Wednesday, and maybe Thursday as well. So MU looks very, very nice to the long side. Yes, Martins, you're looking at PLTR at WSC. For long, if the market is supporting. Yes, I agree with that. But again, Palantir on the daily, it still looks for me a little bit extended. On the other hand, though, as you know, it has a really big contract. So like fundamentally, it's a strong one. I like PLTR actually. I really regret when it was here and I did not start a swing, but this is another story. So on the Palantir, there is still a lot to go higher. I agree with you, but I did not like the pre-market move too much. Let's see. Let's see if it can go back to the gap fill, first of all, and 37.20, 37.10, and then let's see if we can get a nice long on that. Yes, Gerard, Microsoft short candidate as long as it stays under 435 support resistance. We need to see what it does at open because markets could pull it back up. Yeah, I agree with that actually. Microsoft, anyway, Microsoft had some great news but acted weird on Thursday and Friday as well. And now you see this small consolidation. I would say 430. It's this the 430 is going to be the magic line, which is going to make it for stay for long as a bull flag, or it's just breaking this consolidation and it continues lower. Or so it's kind of in between. But yeah, I agree that 435 is quite of a strong resistance as well. Let's see. Let's see how the market is going to work out as well. Indeed. All right. And Apple pull news on iPhone 16 sales. Yes, Tim, exactly. I know that. So and seems like it's still going lower. So the news worsened actually, and looks like a double top now. Wow, doesn't look good. Doesn't look good. I agree. Apple, we can just put it to the short side. Indeed. As I've seen, even Tesla, it's an interesting one. And the Tesla, just because the US China things again, I just wrote in my newsletter. If you are interested in a daily newsletter, traders, you can just send me your email, and I'm going to put it on my text newsletter. I'm writing it every day, actually, and I just wrote about this thing, what is going on at the moment with the EVs again, because softwares by Chinese firms and the potential manipulation of connected vehicles. So actually, this is a national security concerns on the U.S. roads. Actually, this is how the Reuters just express themselves. So the regulation would ban the import and sale of Chinese vehicles with key communication or automated driving system components, which of course is good for the Tesla. So Tesla is quite strong today. That's why I'm just going to put it to the long side. Hi, Jennifer. Good morning to you. Hi, Gareth. Hi, Ed. Nice to see you, everyone. So that's it on the big news stocks. I'm just checking my list. Nike, surprisingly, it's pulling back 1.4%. Seems like it still could not even touched this 90% and now it's pulling back. It's really interesting. So I'm going to put Nike just to the secondary list. I thought it's going to be a bigger mover to the upside. So it surprised me actually. And on my watch list, if I just check it, JD, it's on it. MU definitely. INTC, MBLY, MBLY swing I'm still holding, of course. Uranium stocks, again, traders, CCJ, it's going to be on my long list, especially if it's able to break this $45 level. It's on the daily, it's a strong resistance, but then it means that it can just push higher. And to the short side, not too much. SMCI, which I just wanted to push it to the short side. Also be careful because SMCI can just change its mind quite often and strongly. And we all know this news were in the headlines as well with this drug, and seems like it's really not good for the stock itself. It's just down at the moment 2.8%. So this is the last one which I'm going to call to the short side, and after that to hand the room over to DVG. Hi DVG, nice to see you. Actually, my screen sharing it's not working. I think it's Clifton's. So if you want to leave it, it's okay. And I'm just going to move to the guidance room. Traders, I wish you a beautiful green morning as always, and just heading to the guidance room. If you have any questions, regarding trading, TAFs, packages, anything like that, please just head over there. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Aggie. Well, good morning, 44 Trading Nation. Hopefully everyone had a phenomenal weekend. We're about 5 minutes away from market open today. If you notice, I actually posted just a watch list. It's not long, it's not short. Yes, there's behaviorally, I think, a few stocks that, I think I'd favor to the downside. Names like NVO with some of that bad news, but it is Novo Nordisk, so maybe we see a little bit of a bounce up to 127. Does it hold? I don't know. Apple, I was actually shorting that, if you guys remember, Friday. And feel free to rewatch the recording. I kind of shared my opinion about the new iPhone, and we're seeing that people share that same sentiment. Unfortunately, I didn't hold on to it. It just got stopped out. So really kind of a bummer to see that, just because we had a pretty decent entry. It is what it is. So I'll be looking at Apple as well this morning. Microsoft showing a little bit of weakness. I mean, I guess the good news there is that they are trying to pre-buy some of their power through clean energy, which is through CEG. You'll notice CEG stock obviously skyrocketing. So I'll be keeping an eye on that as well. So I'm looking for kind of like those, similar pairs, right? So you've got Microsoft CEG, there's a story. NVO Eli Lilly, there's a story. Um, Names like Carvana, Tesla, there's a story. Now, for me, Carvana, I would have loved to see a push to 178, maybe 180, so I could short it. I'm still maybe looking to do that with a spread via options. Options are a little bit expensive right now, but I think some of you have asked questions about options, but um, it's kind of like a broken wing strategy. So it's basically collect some premium to protect the downside risk. So I could always roll that over a course of a week or two. Here's kind of my hypothesis, which is why I mentioned a watch list versus a here's my long and short list. I have a feeling the SPY is going to try to take out the all-time high prior to Wednesday. Wednesday is, I think, our big day this week. We've got Jerome Powell showing up on Wednesday, and who knows what he'll say, number one. Number two, we have Micron reporting Wednesday. So I think that's going to have an impact on markets collectively, specifically for the chip name or the chip sector. That's going to be after the close. And then we have Costco reporting Thursday, along with BlackBerry after the close, Accenture, CarMax before the open. Hence why I talked about Carvana. So those kind of trade in pairs as well. So we'll see. I mean, obviously, if we see CarMax see a big spike, great. I think interest rates are going to help companies in the car space. However, we may have seen the run up already. So that's kind of where I'm looking and kind of scratching my head going, what's that going to look like? Obviously, Tesla coming out with their robo-taxi news here soon, and deliveries. Keeping a close eye on that to see behaviorally what that looks like. Fundamentally, going to be taking it easy today at the open. Again, I want to see if the SPY does what I think it does, which is probably push to 575 by Wednesday. If we do, I will probably be looking to go counter trend and build some short positions into the tail end of the week. More to come after the open as to why, but definitely trade cautiously today, right? I think we're going to see some whipping around. You see some weakness in names like Microsoft and Apple here at the open, but again, if we're going to see a bounce, rising tide lifts all ships. So definitely trade carefully this morning. All right, we've got about 10 seconds before market opens. Carvana already making the move without me, unfortunately. And we are off to the races open. Keeping an eye on coin here. I think for those of you guys remember, I've been talking about coin for some time now, thinking that there's going to be a rotation if we see weakness in the dollar. Guess what? We're seeing weakness in the dollar. So does that mean, we did see some good movement on Bitcoin over the weekend? Now the question is does it hold that? So Might have missed Carvana. We'll see if we get a bounce. I didn't want to play with it pre-market here. Looking at it now, maybe should have. MU moving higher. FedEx moving higher. People buying the dip there. NBO limping around. Let's see if it could break that 125 area. If not, maybe we start a short position there. Carvana is in big trouble. Missed that move, unfortunately. Tesla moving higher. Okay. I think I might like Tesla here. Coin 171 will be my first entry today. Looks like we're not getting the move. That's okay. Oh, Carvana. It's too bad. All right. Coin will be 171 long. We're in. Get over 172 and a half. I'll add. Carvana. That's disappointing. That was my big short, I think, this morning, but that's okay. I will wait. FDX, pretty strong bounce off the bottom here. Watching Micron take off. Microsoft showing some weakness. I made this short right here at 432.60 on Microsoft. Okay, taking a partial on Microsoft. That was quick. Watching Apple here, 226. Remember, 225 is a big levels. If we break 225, I'll add. Again, do we see this become the pop on the SPY though? You know, decent move downward. And obviously, if SPY is going to move higher, we should see a move higher in the market. And I get it. Names like Apple and Microsoft might lead lower, but we're having names like Meta that are kind of offsetting that, along with Tesla and MU. Do they carry the same weight? No, but collectively they can help pull some of the the cues a little bit higher there. So keeping an eye on that, and then looking for sympathy plays. So AMD, obviously, MU kind of in the same space. We're seeing the cues bounce here. Here comes the SPY. Very nice. Very nice. Here goes my coin trade. Anything over 172, I'll add. Be a big mover for me right now. I'd like to see, I don't know, maybe a breakout over 175. That would be great. I'm okay with holding this a little bit longer. And granted, if it starts tanking and breaking the close, I may trim. But this one I may be willing to hold through Wednesday. Just depends, right? If it starts really crashing, obviously I'll get out of the way. But I want to see what happens with coming into Wednesday here. Take a look at Tesla. May have missed that. The 243 level is kind of the sweet spot on Tesla. Oh, Carvana. Jeez, that sucks. Oh well. Getting ready for the breakdown here on Microsoft any moment. The only reason, by the way, I'm mentioning about the SPY, seeing if we could test that 571 to 572 level. For the bulls, that's healthy. It's showing that they're still actually finding some buyers here. So for market structure, that's kind of what bulls are going to need to see to, frankly, push markets higher. If they don't, then my idea of having a low risk trade, aka shorting names in the SPY and the Q, is going to be key. So strong pullback in ARM right now. Nice move on coin here. I'll get ready to add here. That'll work. Okay, small add here on coin. See if we can get a real push to 175. That's going to be my initial price target for a partial here on coin. Watching Amazon here, 191.70. Ideally, will hold. We'll keep an eye on that. Also watching Meta now. Meta's kind of trying to look around and say, hey, are we moving higher? Yes or no? All right, here comes Amazon. We'll start a position 191.70 long, 191.70. I get it. That's a little bit closer to the highs, but had a nice move over the weekend. My stop loss will be pretty tight on that. I'll give it maybe 50 cents to the downside. Looking for a breakout, basically 193, 194. I don't know, wherever the top might show up on that. Here goes our breakout on coin. Beautiful move. Again, 175 is my. I'd love to see that print. And if we see it print, we might get a breakout, but I'm definitely going to trim up at that level. Okay. Watching Tesla here, 24682 area of resistance. If we breach that and start pushing 247, be on the lookout 250. Okay. I'm all out Microsoft. I don't want to wrestle the tape. I think we're going to get our push here, guys, to the upside. Watch the Qs here. Consolidating at the 200 EMA right now. The Q's trying to get above that 200 EMA right now. Apple found some buyers somehow. All right, Tesla looking great. I might have missed Tesla today. That might have been a missed opportunity. Hopefully some of you guys are able to take that. Watching FedEx right now. I want to see what it's doing around this 260 area. SMCI ripping now, up at 460 now. Remember, that's $1,000 stock, guys. That thing can really move if people start getting bullish on the fact that, the initial reaction was, hey, some funny business in their financials, like maybe they cooked the books or something, right? That was the initial big news. And then literally the very next day, they postponed their 10K or annual report. Now they're talking like, oh yeah, we'll get it out soon. And so people, I think, are kind of like, hey, if they report that everything's fine, everything's kosher, like maybe it just explodes back to the upside. So six minutes, we've got some PMI data on the S&P. Again, that could alter directionally, like, do we move higher or lower as well? So definitely keep some powder dry. I think people are just looking for an excuse up until Powell this week and then Micron, which will kind of dictate or determine what does the chip sector look like. Like if we have a good print in the chips, right? I think that benefits everybody. So let's see, kind of coming into Wednesday. Wednesday is the day I'm highly anticipating. Today will be kind of a let's see if, you know, hypothesis gets proven right that SPY tries to push towards the 572.88 all-time high just to prove that, hey, bulls are still in the game. Um, we talked about for a while now my concerns around currencies. So I don't know if you guys were paying attention to the news over the weekend, but BRICS had their meeting and they're coming out with something called a unit, which is basically to compete against the US dollar and become a potential another global reserve currency. Well, if you haven't read Ray Dalio's book, he's not a sponsor to this channel, etc. But Ray Dalio is awesome. So one of the best investors traders of our era. Take a look at this book. It's a great book, and you know, obviously sharing a perspective of like, hey, this is historically what happens. When there's a potential new world order. So anyhow, what's this? Let's see. Coin. If I see a 173 print, I may take up partial. Um, and then just let the rest take off for me. It's kind of like a fragile area. So seeing some consolidation right here, that's not a bad thing. What I'm worried about is directionally, we need a choice. So 3 minutes, maybe that's the excuse we've been waiting for to move higher or lower. So if you're not in a position yet, that's totally fine. Just give it a couple minutes and we'll have a better idea of what markets are thinking. And the fact that like the last few sessions we haven't printed a higher mean on the SPY kind of tells me like, hey, bulls are kind of concerned. But I think that's what today through Wednesday will be is like validation of, hey, bulls are saying, no, no, we meant for the price to go higher because I talked about Asia and Europe markets helping the SPY and the Qs over after the announcement of the 0.5% rate cut. But I was taking a closer look. It looked more like shorts recovering. In other words, maybe there were some folks looking at markets would tank post announcement of rate cuts as a hedge, and maybe they unraveled that position, which is why we got the move higher the following day. Because literally the very next day we sold out. We couldn't even hold that level. So I think that's what today is going to be about through Wednesday. Is can the bulls hold those levels? I'll trim up on coin here in just a moment. Beautiful trade for us. Yeah, Mark, CG definitely. Here goes Tesla now. Tesla's out of here. It's about to do Tesla things. At 243 level is a nice level to get in. Problem is, it's just, I mean, it's Tesla. It could do Tesla things. Move really high, really fast, or move really low, really fast. So, okay, let's see what this PMI data tells us. 47 versus 48.6 on manufacturing. Deposit 54.4 versus 54.3. Services PMI 55.4 versus 55.3. Okay, not too bad. I think that might have been an excuse to move higher. Here we go. Again, keeping an eye on the SPY. 571, ideally 572.88 all-time high. We get that push, guys. I think I'm going to be waiting up there at 575-ish to 576 if we can get that high. And that's obviously before Wednesday. It doesn't have to happen today. Just, you know, we break down right here. This was, I'll probably start short positions here. But I just have a feeling late cycle investing, uh, we have seasonality kind of moving against us. We have rates that are seemingly in favor, but a 0.5% rate cut kind of tells us maybe there's something up with the economy that's not all that great, right? And we talked about, jobs data, et cetera, like it doesn't look fantastic. So maybe this is the time that we decide to move a bit higher and I'm sorry, lower. So I definitely know short to midterm I'll be bearish on the SPY and the Qs. Maybe the Qs move higher, kind of hold us up, so prop us up a bit. But the SPY is definitely up near an area where people are like, "Yeah, should we buy more or not?" Glad we trimmed up, by the way, on coin. Okay, I think we should see a decision here on the SPY. For those of you guys not paying attention to uh, forex or like just think that's going to be the next big topic. It's talking about BRICS data, or sorry, the BRICS summit that they had and kind of discussions. They released a white paper. So if you want to look that up, it's called a UNIT white paper, UNIT. I think it's like, what was it called? A Universal New International Trade or something like that. Basically, it's it's BRICS version of a dollar, or their currency name. So, and it'll trade on, you guessed it, a distributed ledger, aka blockchain. And if you're not long Ethereum, short to midterm, yeah, people love Bitcoin, talk about Bitcoin all the time, but it's $70,000, whatever the heck it is. Ethereum is the non-sexy aspect of it. It's plumbing though. Like without Ethereum, that your blockchain doesn't work. So take that for what it's worth. All right, let's see if we could get in on some call options for the SPY here. 572 strike. We'll do an expiration tomorrow. Super cheap. Give them 10 cents. Grab 20 of them. See what happens. Okay, here goes a move on the SPY. Let's see if we get a real breakout now. Q's moving. It's a good sign. Tesla breaking out. Still in the coin trade, but I'm glad I took my partial just because who knows. Watching Apple surprisingly getting stronger, which rising tide lifts all ships, guys. That's what happens. I may be watching Apple around the 230 area to short it. Here goes the Qs. Qs look like they're going to break out any second now. I'm kind of counting on that leading the way for the SPY to try to push higher. Glad we got out of the way of Microsoft. Took a nice, nice move downward there at the open. So it's good. Here comes the push now on the SPY in 3, 2, 1. I think 570 is going to happen. Look at SMCI, guys. What the heck is that thing doing? I mean, that thing has room to 480, 490. Pretty, it just moves so in big chunks. There's no way though. I mean, the 500 options, guys, are almost $6. That's 40 bucks away. No thanks. Not paying for it. In theory, the Qs should break out here over Friday's high, over pre-market high, and then we're finding some sellers. It looks like so. Those sellers keep stacking up, will create some overhead supply. We should break out. Watching Novo Nordisk as well as Eli Lilly at the moment, and also hopefully we get a breakout here on the SPY, holding 20 contracts for a 572 strike. I will take off a big portion of them if we decide to breach 570 and a half, maybe 571. We found some sellers, it looks like. Not the best thing for my hypothesis this morning, but that's okay. I'm trying to figure out where do I start building my short position, you know? So like right now I'm long, I'm totally fine getting out of the way, but I'm looking to get bearish into Wednesday. So in case that wasn't clear yet, that's my thought process. It's a little concerning. We should have broke out there. We just saw a rejection on the Qs. That Qs breakout should have been solidified up to 486 at least. We'll give it a minute or two. Look at SMCI though. Wow, we were just talking about it when it was breaking out. Is at 464? It's at 472. What? Keep an eye on MU here. All right, coin. It's your last chance. If you don't break out here over the highs, I will trim up even more. Really need to push here on the SPY now. If we don't, I may be looking for shorts here. Carvana, perfect. I like this little U-turn. Maybe a close gap up to 174. I'll be waiting for it up around that area. Uh-oh, MU is kind of selling a bit. Remember, they report Wednesday after the close. Give me just a moment, guys. I'm going to look at the chat here in a sec. Riding solo today, so bear with me. Scott's still wrapping up his move. Ed Goolsby speaks 10:15, about 20 minutes or so. Interesting pullback in MU right now. What's AMD doing? Amazon? Mm-hmm. Amazon's kind of slow, guys. So I'm waiting to see if that pushes, 194, 195. I don't mind holding on to that for a bit. All right, we should take off here in a moment. Watch the cues here, guys. Still waiting on coin. May trim up just a bit more. I don't want to hold too much risk, but I don't mind holding some risk on coin. We had an impressive performance in the Bitcoin space over the weekend, but yeah, Kev, actually, I'm glad you brought that up. So, watching sectors, as I typically will do, even over the weekend, I'm going to see energy slash oil see a little bit move higher as we see some rotation, which is also kind of concerning as well if you're looking at tech names, etc. I think Tesla's got some great news coming up. Microsoft, obviously, up near its all-time highs, and its all-time highs are still 460 and change, but not too long ago we're up in the 440s, weren't we? I remember right. I was looking at that. Yeah, 442. So it's not to say it's impossible for it to move higher, right? But seeing announcements like, "Hey, we're going to set aside a big chunk of money, and that's going to hit our capex budget," blah blah blah. I mean, that could scare investors. So I think the rise of BRICS, which is why I'm in this coin position even to begin with, um, maybe destables the currency again. I don't know the full extent. They're doing an MVP, minimum viable product, right now. Um, whereby the unit is actually, it's kind of interesting. So the unit itself is backed 40% by gold. So there's another investment strategy if you're concerned about the upcoming rise of an additional reserve currency. So 40% backed by gold. The other 60% is kind of divvied up between the currencies of all the other members of BRICS. So kind of giving some flexibility on each nation to kind of do with what they want. Maybe they use a tax, or kind of similar to, like, if, let's say you buy a fridge in Pittsburgh or something, you'll pay the Pittsburgh tax for trade and shipping. So it's not that big of a difference from, frankly, how things are done now. But it's very interesting. You should take a look at it again. It's called the Unit White Paper, just to at least have a perspective on, hey, what's out there, what's coming. Goolsby will be talking in about 15 minutes or so. Let's see if maybe that's what the market's waiting on. Still think there's if bulls are going to step up, it should be a dramatic move higher. Try to get close to 572, maybe even breach 572, and move towards that 575 area. In between 575, 576, if I see some resistance there, I'll be flipping directions and getting short. But again, I'm not going to try to necessarily time the top. I want to see that consolidation up there. If in fact we plan to move higher. If not, that's okay too. I don't mind waiting. Hence why today's watch list was a watch list for that very reason. I've got a couple positions now. It's not a ton. So markets are kind of playing games this morning. It's like, okay, coin. Last chance. Last chance, coin. All right, I'll trim up on this position. Hate to see that. Really thought we'd get a push above 175 and then take off. Maybe even go see what 190 looks like at some point. But that's okay. Right now, the SPY looks like it's trying to aim lower. Same with the Qs. pretty tight stop right now on the SPY. So because it's in options, everything's levered. So I won't give it much more. If it breaks the close, is kind of when I'm going to be out of the SPY. So we'll see if it, tags that close and then bounces. Um, well, there it is. Ta-da! Let's see if we can turn the afterburners on now, y'all. Check it out. I will add the SPY 569.50. I'm going to add some more contracts there. We've got 20 now. Maybe we'll get up to 40. I don't know. Let's see. I guess everybody was taking a little bit longer of a break this morning. Here come the bulls, y'all. I'll get ready to add here on the SPY. ARM looking kind of good. NVO. I missed that short. That's okay. Tesla, I don't know. That thing looks like it's going to rip any moment. It's funny, Kev, you and I seem to be looking at similar stuff today. Here comes coin. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, guys. Don't get scared now. Now's the time to step up. You wanted to see the close get tagged and then take over. Little shake and bake move this morning. That's fine, but let's go. Time to follow through. FDX is kind of my I want to call it a canary today. It's just I'm paying attention to it just because I don't know if you guys listened to that annual report or the earnings call. It did not give me the warm and fuzzies. I'll tell you that. Let's go, SPY. Come on. 571 would be amazing. If we see a rejection up here, guys, it might not be good. That might be our downward direction. Now keep in mind, Goolsby's going to speak in about 10 minutes. So I may trim up on a couple things, just, can always add more. But, what's rule number one, guys? Pay yourself first. Now I could miss out on some, big leg of the move. But if I leave some size, at least take advantage of some of it, right? But if we do, in fact, turn against, I won't be exposed to that downside Momo. So I hang on to SPY just a little bit longer again. And we're not up huge, a couple $100. Apple rolling over here. 22660. Guys, see if we can get a short on the Apple. So mad about that one from last week. Oh, yeah, I remember. I don't know if you guys remember on Friday though. Like the new iPhone sucks. Scott was like, "Tell us how you really feel." Oh, but man, I was surprised to see it even try to move higher on Friday. Okay. If we break 226, I'm going to add to Apple. And if we break 225, I'm going to go like big, heavy position on Apple. Because I happen to know 225 is like there's a lot of money sitting at 225. A lot of money. All right, coin. I'm gonna have to trim up on this position. I don't like its behavior right now. So let's see if we get a little bit more of a push here. If I get any move lower than where it's at now, I'm gonna trim up out of that position. Again, I can always add more if we decide to turn directions and move higher. I just don't like that we're like dancing around. The same with SPY, right? Like, I don't know. I could be totally right now. We move higher to that 571 area as Goolsby begins to speak, but we all know maybe he turns around and says, no, X, Y, Z, and ABC, and we decide to move lower. And I want to be ready to take advantage of that move. Mentioned being kind of bearish short and midterm, but never underestimate exuberance where bulls can show up and go, no, we want to move things higher so we make sure we have enough profit or meat on the bone and dump it onto quote unquote dumb money. So let's see what happens. I don't know, Clifton, can you take a look at Mohammed's comment just then? Okay, coin. Bye bye. I will trim up on coin. Obviously, it's still holding the 200, right? But I don't want to. I want to give back a whole lot today. I want to wait for a distinctive move so I can really add some size and then continue to add to my position into Wednesday. So if the move is in fact higher, I'll add to my position to move higher and be bullish. I think realistically 575 to 576, if bulls want to take over, is my target on SPY, for example. That's if bulls want to take over. So I'll be looking from that 575 to 576 area to maybe start building a short position. Obviously, if we just see it rip through there like it's butter, I mean, obviously, I'm not going to try to time the top. I'm just kind of looking at it from a technical analysis perspective. That's where it seems to like the money kind of converges. So and that's, by the way, people are wondering, what do you mean by that? Like, look at options contracts out to like October. You'll find that the volume's all in that area. So if bulls, in fact, try to take over, that's kind of the level I'll be looking at. And then I think it starts to turn pretty bearish. Obviously, that could change, right? Goolsby can talk in 7 minutes, and um, all good news. Who knows, right? So it'd be kind of frustrating to see coin now go to like 190. All right, guys, SPY should break out now, up near the top 1/3 of the day. So a distinctive push should happen unless bears are literally just hanging out right at the high of day. I think they would want to wait for a push higher. There it is. There's the push. Let's see if we can get 571 print before Goolsby starts talking in 6 minutes. That would be awesome. Awesome. Mm. SMCI though, unbelievable, guys. Unbelievable. You know, I was just talking about those $500 call options, and they were $6. I thought they were expensive. They're now $10.20. So to give you, I mean, that's a not quite 100% return, but that's a pretty decent return on investment. Wow, unbelievable. SMCI. I'll tell you what, if you get that one right, that could be your week in one day. You know what I mean? I've traded SMCI quite a bit in the last couple of weeks, and you know, had some pretty monster trades on it, but I didn't expect it to rip this much. I mean, maybe $10 to $15, but it's up from the low on the day. It's up almost 40 points, 32 points. It's pretty significant, I'd say. Apple just skipping along. Who cares? Let's look at Carvana now. Okay, liking that for now. Clifton, we can see your screen here. I think it's Clifton's screen. Wow, what a disappointing move on the SPY, guys. Come on. Still respecting the 55 and the 200, so really tight consolidation. I think bulls have to decide if they really want to push markets higher. By the look of an SMCI, looks like they do. But looking more broadly, like Apple trying to move lower, Microsoft barely bouncing, FedEx aiming lower actually. So kind of a slow open today, guys. I'm at least green on the day, but it's not. I figured that today would be kind of a smaller winning day. 71. I'll be touting a different story. Um, and same with coin, but we'll see. Oh, SMCI would have been awesome. Oh well. Okay, there's the trim on the SPY. Nice winning trade, banked it. I'll take it. And I'll let it move higher if it wants to. We still have a decent size on there. It's just not 30 contracts. Definitely trading way more cautious than I normally do at opens for this very reason. Kind of a gross open, but it is going to become the ultimate stock picker's paradise, I think, coming up. So keep an eye on sectors as you're doing your analysis. Keep an eye on foreign exchange, right? Specifically the dollar index. What's the dollar doing? Or, is it losing buying power, gaining buying power? If you don't know, look up what are those relationships to markets. Here comes a break in Apple. Like it, like it. Be happy to see that break below 226. Except we'll add there. We'll also add to 225. We break it. Mm-hmm. All right, Goolsby is up in 2 minutes. See if anything earth-shattering happens here. Or is it my chair making noises? This, like if I lean back in my chair, it makes like a weird popping noise. Bark, yeah, I don't know. Any more rate cuts over the next year? 50 bips, focus on employment, not just inflation. Inflation's way down from peak. Labor market's at full employment week. To reach soft landing, we can't be behind the curve. Again, focuses on employment, not inflation. It sounds like inflation is doing okay. Um, but definitely anticipates additional rate cuts. So thanks, Goolsby. Let it digest here. What do we do? Might get out of Apple over 227. Kev, I use like a bunch of different stuff, but a lot of times I'll use like uh, Benzinga as like their pro version. And I think 2025, I'll probably look into a Bloomberg terminal. I mean, I don't really love their pricing model, but I mean, it is what it is. So I'm gonna evaluate it and see if I can get, if it makes sense and I get, better data, better feeds. Obviously, there's stuff in the Bloomberg terminal you can't get anywhere else, but um, like right now, I just have like I'd say a stitched together method of gathering data. There's a lot of free sites out there I get information from, or I do my analysis, and then you know the reason. I mean, Bloomberg, or sorry, Benzinga is actually pretty good with the news, but CNBC is a little bit delayed. I'd say quite a bit to be honest. The good news is they'll kind of sift through some of the bigger stories for you, which is good. But if you don't know, like even for example, I mean, I didn't see, and I don't really watch CNBC a whole lot. It's kind of like Bloomberg in general for me. I watch like, especially at night, they have like the Europe and China opens, and during the day, I kind of have it go on in the background. But I pay for a premium side of their business already as it is. But yeah, kind of a long-winded answer, but I get news from like all over the place. Because it's one thing to trade price action. Like, if you look at the SPY, look at the Qs. Like, it's a really, really tight consolidation, right? And you could argue it's a mini setting triangle, or you could look at it as a diamond pattern, or you could look at this as, again, it's like a decision. Like, hey, is this accumulation or distribution right now? And I've already kind of stated where my head's at, right? I think for the health of technicals, you want to see anything near 572. I mean, if we breach the all-time highs, awesome, right? And I say awesome as in, if you're a bull, you got paid, amazing. But to see a really, really like strong rejection up at 572 and then never try it again, it's kind of suspicious, right? And again, it doesn't have to happen. All the stuff I was looking at, trying to model, etc. Like, yeah, there's different parameters. So, as an example, the last 50 years, specifically in this week. Okay. You guys ready for this? Here's a fun one. 34 of those years have been red this week. Arguably one of the worst weeks in the month of September. So 34, so only 16 of the last 50 years have been green this week. That's years, by the way. So I mean, I think there's different parameters at play. By the way, just got stopped out of Apple. No big deal. Here comes big push on SPY. By the way, I'm not here to be political per se, but definitely did see some unfortunate information happening in the Middle East. My hearts and minds go out to the families impacted by that. It's never fun to see that kind of stuff. But let's see what we got here. Again, Apple pushing. Yeah. Okay. SPY tried to put in another high today. It just did, right? Just barely. I'll buy a couple pennies. Let's see what was the previous one. 72, and it just got up to 79. So, I mean, again, I want to see some conviction to move higher. 571 would be great. 572 would be great. Heck, 575 would be ideal. It is, Kev. Yeah. There's that 570 push on the SPY. Perfect. Perfect. I will take a couple more. I mean, a couple of the contracts that I have left off of the SPY. Again, I don't know. I don't know where the top is going to be, guys, but I have a feeling, and you can see it in the price action even now. There are bears trying to enter the market at every inch that we move higher. I don't know if you guys see that. Like, look at this. Just look at that last candle. Pushed higher, sold down immediately. You know, new high of the day. Nope, projected back down. So I think we're going to start finding bears on the way up, which remember I talked about 575. This is kind of playing out beautifully. If you're a bull right now, which right now I've got bullish positions on, right? Miss Tesla, which that's unfortunate. That's okay though. Maybe we get a consolidation back to 243 again. If so, I'll probably pick some up. Um, but here's the thing: what you're seeing here in the price action, you kind of want to see because you're like if I'm a bull, which I am right now, temporarily. Um, I'm okay with seeing this push down more because what you're doing is you're now creating more overhead supply for me to run you over, squeeze you basically on shorts, right? The downside is that if we continue to see that throughout the day, bulls now will get, a little sheepish and say, hey, maybe we shouldn't push this thing higher because we should maybe start taking partials or profits rather. So again, this is kind of an interesting, like to watch this play out live. It's kind of fun because if those bears get squeezed, 575 is definitely within the realm of possibility today or by tomorrow. So hopefully you guys see that and kind of makes sense there. But I'm watching Novo Nordisk right now, kind of a corner of my eye. Apple, what a push! Glad we got out of the way there. Glad we got out of the way. Carvana rejecting the 200 EMA like almost perfectly right now. I'll see what it does above. Maybe we get to the close. Maybe. Um, that was kind of my number one target today for being short, and we missed out on. Does that look like about 10 points from pre-market? That sucks. Oh well. What are you guys looking at the moment? Sorry guys, at the open here, we're just trying to be a little patient around some of the stuff, but didn't mean to ignore your chat. I'm riding solo today. Scott obviously out, wrapping up his move. This nice move on the SPY. There we go. Strong push on NVO, strong push on Apple. MU now kind of finding some momentum. Let's be mindful. They report this week. So have to keep an eye on the chip sector collectively. For the longest time, I was thinking that this, or I shouldn't say I was thinking, the SPY was stronger than the Qs. I think we're going to see some correction there. Okay, Goolsby saying that recession came down last year as planned. Playbook, golden playbook is out. I don't know what that means. Let's see, AMD. Who took that long? Jared, is that you? Like break out, or break down? Like as in you were short? Oh, sorry if you were short. I'm not sure if I'm getting long. Okay, cool. Good. Again, so for structure's sake, sounds funny to say actually. Um, we don't have to take out the high on the SPY, but get pretty close so that we know it wasn't like some artificially inflated, nonsense up at that level. And if we continue to fail up at that level, then I can afford to, do some longer term swing trades to the downside. We'll see. See. Carvana looks interesting though still. I'm not sure if all the sellers got out of the way already, but you may be asking why look at names like that? Why look at let's get the MPH? I'm looking at it more from a macro standpoint. I mean, Carvana's run up huge on rate cut data. I think we were talking about 130 something. That's 172. So I think some of that exuberance um, maybe starts to teeter a bit. Hold on, getting some data here. Okay, hold on. I don't know if that was that great of information. Let's see. Jules be making another comment. So names like even like ENPH, FSLR, I think we're going to start seeing a move towards energy in general. We're seeing that. I don't know. I've been talking about the nuclear stocks for a while, but I've also had those in my portfolio for forever. I mean, I didn't really pay much attention. It was kind of like a longer term hold. And to see CCJ, which I own, SMR, and CG kind of all move higher based on that information from Microsoft or that partnership, like that's great news. But we're going to see emerging stories like that, I think, across different sectors. Um, so if you don't know the names in specific sectors, and take the time to learn some of that, just because I think we're in. I'd say this is upcoming like a trader's paradise. Of big moves up, big moves down. You know, identifying key levels, et cetera, et cetera. Like all the stuff that we're doing as traders, I think it's going to happen, but it's not going to. It won't be as robust or advantageous to do that in the ETFs themselves in the sectors. I think it's going to be pick the name, right? So if you see a sector breaking down, or like for me, for example, oil right now looks very interesting. And I think between today through Wednesday, that'll kind of tell a story. But no, like even look at, let's say, probably my favorite oil stock, CBX. It's up huge today. I say huge. It's like 1.7%. It's not, but on a oil stock, seeing some of that rotation into energy, I think it's inevitable. And if you look at names like JPM, you guys remember talking about that one for a while, right? JPM trying to hold around that 211. I actually have 211.61 as a key kind of base level, the way Apple's is 225. So feel free to mark that if you want, 211.61. But the fact that financials are holding up, tech's getting a little bit of love today. Again, I think that's all good. But finding some of the weaker sectors, like out of all the Mag 7, Microsoft was the weakest, Meta was the strongest. Let's see what Meta's doing, actually. I'm curious. Strong pullback in Meta. Does that get bought up, though? I don't know. It just pushed yet another all-time high, guys, on Meta. Almost $574. Let's keep in mind 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sessions ago, it was at 495. So let's call it a little over a week. A little over a week ago, it was down at 495. It's on September 11th. Fast forward 12 days later, it's pushing new all-time highs at $574 or close, 573.98 to be exact. Pretty wild. Netflix bull flag. Tesla looks like it wants to break out. Well, it already kind of has multiple times, right? I mean, it's anytime you're pushing that pre-market high plus new highs. I mean, it's just printing new highs all day. Um, Interesting that Meta's pulling back. Maybe we're seeing some rotation into the other names, balance out the books. Palantir officially in the S&P. Wouldn't be surprised if that spiked higher. I own that's a portfolio one for me too, so I'm just glad to see it move higher. But I don't really trade that. It's just smaller stock. Let's see. CEG rolling over. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some profit taking, right? I mean, heck, it moved. Is that right? It moved up at 14 points from the low today. Jeez, that thing ripped. Okay. Mm, Amazon. Yeah, if Amazon can hold up, you know, up at this level, right around the 200 EMA, just above the close, and dancing around it. I've got still have that small position I started this morning, but I'm looking to see if it really starts to push. Remember, Bezos magic levels up near 200, like right at that 199 level where he sold off last time. So maybe there's an opportunity to push up to that level, and I'm okay with waiting a bit on Amazon. But this open is pretty brutal. It's only because it's kind of slow. It's like in slow motion. If you look at your heat map, like Nvidia is basically falling asleep today. Apple up five. This is right. Oh, this is on the week. Sorry. One, I'm like that number doesn't look right. It's really only the big performers. You have energy, so Exxon, Chevron, and then Tesla. They have an upcoming, you know, exciting announcement about robotaxis, which I think is in 2 weeks. I'll double check on the date. All right, guys, give me a second. I'm gonna go grab a water. Be right back. Keep an eye on Carvana. Um, this rejection, I kind of like it. Let me just before I go grab that. Let me see. I'll give it a little bit more. Maybe it gets the push here to 173 to the closest gap. 174 maybe. The real level I wanted to short this thing was 178, but we didn't get that obviously. So trying to be patient, and we sold off. That's Carvana. So all right, give me one sec. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab something to drink. Yeah. Hey, Mark. So here's an example. Let's use CEG as an example. You can also look at like NNE, look at SMR, CCJ. There's other names too, but then you can also look at uh, probably uranium stocks as well. They're probably moving decent. So having like a, again, it's an option, but at least for me, like what I like to do is have kind of three areas of investment, right? So one is like the long term portfolio, set it, forget it. Let's face it's kind of like a 401k mindset, whatever, right? Where you just leave it there, and never look at it till the end of the year, see like, hey, how do we do? And then have a separate account for swing trading, and then my most aggressive account is day trading. You don't have to do it that way. I just do it because it helps like separate the thought process, right? Like so even like NNE, I have some exposure already to the nuclear energy space. It's cheap enough that I could probably pick up a few shares, but because I'm sharing that just because depending on if you're trying to get into the energy space and you're looking at CG, it's 200 and change, per share. There's other names out there, right, that are cheaper share price, same sector, right? May benefit through like a sympathy play, right? At least you could take advantage of the move and not have to spend $257 a share versus 14. You may not get as big of a move. You may not get. It's not the same company, right? But still, being able to break down a sector that way is helpful, um, depending on your investment strategy. hmm Yeah, they report Mark this week. It's Thursday, if I'm not mistaken, after the close. Yeah, Thursday after the close. So I'd definitely be keeping an eye on that. And then Costco, pretty well run company, right? But by the way, just got stopped out of all my coin position, unfortunately. I still do think longer term though, I'm pretty bullish on the use of blockchain. So it's hard to say crypto. Um, it's more so the underlying tech. Blockchain is without a doubt. I mean, it's going to be a force to be reckoned with. I think that a lot of people still don't get it. As far as like what are the uses of blockchain and benefits and all these other components of blockchain. I think it scares a lot of people, to be honest. But that's the problem with not doing your due diligence, right? Just maybe get left behind. But blockchain is definitely an incredibly powerful technology. Frankly, it's a lot like what we do now. The difference is that everybody can see. It's almost like having instead of hiding behind a username or something. Like it's really it's validating it's really you in the transaction. Now, granted, you could have a corporation or something like that, but point is it leaves everybody an opportunity to see what happened in the transaction. So, like, say for example, if you want to do business with someone, hey, you should be able to mark up your stuff. Let's call it 20%, right? Um, you'll know, like, hey, Mark just bought something uh, for 150 bucks. He's trying to sell the DVG for 200 bucks. Well, I'm like, hey, look, you got to make 20%. Sell it to me for 180. Like, so provide some transparency in that overall transaction, which is not a bad thing. I think there's some skepticism around it just because people, still want to be able to do back of the napkin type deals. I digress. Yes, Kev, of course. Question is, do you trade stocks differently if they report this week? Absolutely. So, like, if you're not keeping track of, let's say, for example, earnings, I think the best time to start messing around with earnings is, especially if it's a name that you like. Let's say it's an Apple or a whatever, fill in the blank. For me, I talk a lot about tech names because pretty familiar with the space and feel comfortable trading those names for the most part. But if you're a week and a half to 2 weeks prior to the earnings report, that usually kind of tells you what's happening. I mean, a lot of times you'll see bulls come in and buy it up if it's a favored name. And look at Tesla. Tesla's coming out what in 2-3 weeks. I don't know. One of you guys could look up the date. I'm kind of scanning some of these stocks here, but their upcoming event, like people are buying into it. They're speculating. Markets are kind of forward looking, by and large. You've got governments and Fed and all this other stuff that's typically, you know, driving the country by staring in the rearview mirror, and markets are kind of the helicopter going around the track, providing that aerial view. Right? Kind of an interesting analogy. I don't know if you guys any F1 fans out there, but hopefully that makes sense. Like it's kind of hard to drive all you could see is out of your rearview mirror, and when you're looking at behaviorally 2 weeks prior to an earnings call, people just snapping it up, right? Looking to buy it, buy it, buy it, buy it. Tells you directionally it's pretty bullish. Now, granted, my concern right now is, are we back into the phase of bad news is bad news and good news is bad news? That's the real question mark that I have kind of coming into earnings. MU and Costco are kind of the two I'm watching this week. Again, MU's Micron will be on Wednesday. Costco will be on Thursday. And then we have plenty of Fed heads speaking this week. Wednesday, though, for me is kind of a big, what's Powell going to say? We're getting sound bites from Goolsby today. We get a sound bite from Kashkari later this afternoon. But like, in my mind, a lot of what the Fed says is kind of like Lego pieces. Those you guys who had Legos, it's kind of like, hey, not to necessarily color match them, but let's just say you're trying to build something. You got to use certain Lego pieces to kind of, build whatever your desired end result is. And I think a lot of what the Fed talks about is providing those breadcrumbs or Lego pieces of like, hey, build what you want, take what you will, interpret this how you want. Frankly, I'm looking outside of just what Fed's talked about too. It's important to know what the Fed's saying, but again, bright spots, red flags for me. Currency concerns, like reserve currencies, that's a big one. So one of two things happen in those types of environment. Look at Venezuela, look at Greece. You know, could see a massive squeeze in markets to the upside for a debasement of currency. Again, I don't know if the U.S. is, you know, as exposed because we do have a decent, growing GDP. So it's I would say green flag. But another red flag is the health of the consumer, which is weird because you see GDP grow, right? But your consumers are getting more in debt and have higher credit card balances and are starting to default. Oh, and by the way, unemployment is on the rise. And it's not just the blue collar jobs, the white collar jobs. It's the jobs that are hard to replace, the jobs that you need maybe multiple degrees to have, that you're making 150 to 200K as like an engineer or whatever. And now you file for unemployment, you're making $1,000 a month max, and your bills are 15,000 a month. So maybe they're not filing for unemployment just because they have some savings. They're like, it's okay, I'll find a job, like no big deal. and then they're seeing that the market's a little bit, you know, harder to find a gig. Another red flag, right? Is there a big component of our consumer-based economy? Again, I'm not doom and gloom per se, but we're looking at seasonality. We're looking at late cycle investment. We're seeing rotation into other names and energy, et cetera, utilities. That was the play for a little bit, right? Because people were getting worried about de-risking, right? So I'm looking at, like, do we see a risk on push this week at the beginning of the week, and then begin, you know, an 8 to 15% pullback into October, November? SOM rules triggered, black or red flag. You know what I mean? Like there's you can look. It depends on how you look at it, right? You look at it from both sides, but it's hard to deny markets at all-time highs. So don't fight the tape, trade the tape. Let's see. Kev, if you're into crypto, um, I would just buy some at a time. So dollar cost in. That's more. It's got to be more of a long-term strategy. Obviously, you could trade crypto. The thing about crypto, it's just so volatile, which I think will change if we have some kind of currency that's based around it. And here's again, this is me. Let's cue the disclaimer, right? Um, but like, let's say for example, right, units already, it's coming out. They're actually doing a minimal viable product right now to see if it works. Um, whose currency becomes the lead in that other 60% bucket, right? So 40% is based off the price of gold, which that's not a bad idea, right? Because it helps fortify the additional dollars that are put inside that currency versus right now the U.S. dollar, for example, we went off the gold standard in 74, right? Which caused a tremendous amount of inflation like we never saw. Then Volcker came in and just zapped it, right? And I mean, you guys know the story from there. And if you don't, I recommend you look it up because it's good. History is important, especially in this business. But anyway, I think that for me, Ethereum is it's the plumbing. Like it's not sexy, but you don't care about the plumbing in your house until a pipe breaks, and then when a pipe breaks, everyone freaks out. And the number one plumbing from the beginning and its inception of any kind of blockchain technology is Ethereum. Um, Whereas like the other coins, that's kind of a so called intrinsic value. Bitcoin, like, oh, there's a limited quantity, or oh, hey, Dogecoin because everyone loves it, or whatever, right? Like I'd be lying if I said I didn't have a little bit of Solana and a little bit of this other stuff, but that for me was kind of like, I set like $1,000 and just leave it there. Who cares? But if you're looking to get bullish in crypto, I think the way to do it would have to be two things. One, are you okay with a long-term hold? Two, buy a little bit at a time, dollar cost in. Right, so it's not the same mindset as trading. Trading is like pick my spot, grab a point or two, three or point, whatever, right? 4R, 7R, 10R, like however you're measuring your performance, right? And then getting out of the trade. Investing is a little different, so it just depends. So Kev, I hope that answers your question. Yeah, Mark, totally. I was hoping for a push higher. I'm glad we trimmed up on that coin position because look at that, just bloop, dumped lower. Goolsby, consumer sentiment is not a good indicator for spending behavior. Look at Apple now, 229. What? APM. Okay. Look at NVIDIA. Down, MU stabilizing, ARM kind of stabilizing, AVGO. It's kind of flat today, guys. And then you have names like Apple that just looked like it was going to fall off the cues here, and it's just reversing here. I don't really see any news that would justify it, but let's look. Just got some news. It looks like TSM turned down some UAE investment funds, which I don't know if that's good, bad, or different, but maybe that's protecting some of their sovereignty uh, concerns there. So I don't know if you guys are watching the price action on Apple at the close on Friday. But we saw that big push, 231, 233, and then it just dumped. So kind of interesting to see behaviorally, what are the big institutions doing with stocks at the close? Are they buying it? Are they selling it? By the way, Tesla on its way to 250. Good for them. Good for Elon. ARM getting a boost here. AVGO as well. Q's breaking out. Again, I think Q's realistic target maybe 486 area. Doesn't have to happen today, but if bulls decide to show up and party, that's kind of the level to look out for. Every time we move a little bit higher, people are just jumping off the ship. Yeah, I won't be excited on Amazon until we see like a 194 print, to be honest. I'm just surprised to see AVGO, like these chip names, really kind of retreating a bit. I thought we'd see a little more strength in those names, but clearly not. So watching Microsoft here, 435, 435 Microsoft. See how it behaves here. If it starts to break down, I may start building a short position in Microsoft. It was one of the weaker names in Mag 7. And the big strong name was Meta. I'd say followed by uh, Amazon. So I went long on Amazon today. So I'll actually post this for a build position on Microsoft to the downside. Oops, 435. This will be a build position, guys. If we break that 435, great. Then I want to see a breakthrough 434, then a breakthrough VWAP. And if we do that, I may just, either trim up or add, depending on what the cues are doing. I'm seeing a little bit of rejection from the cues here at the high. Pretty strong one at that. Got up to 484, 4411. Really should have been a push, but instead we got rejected. Carvana, Amazon, come on, don't do it. Okay, we're in on Microsoft. Build position, watching Tesla here. Do we start to retreat a bit off those highs? We're just shy of 250. So I don't know. I'm pretty sure we might find some interested parties to try to push that 250 print. We'll see. But if you're in that Tesla position, would recommend taking at least some off. Beautiful move there. And watching the names like AVGO, kind of getting a little bit of resistance here at the VWAP. ARM trying to break out. SMCI bouncing off the VWAP. So do chips start to lead again? I don't know, but if you look at NVIDIA, I mean, NVIDIA looks like it's just taking a nap. I'll keep an eye on NVIDIA as well. Yeah. Hey guys, yep, appreciate you sharing that knowledge. Mark, Vincent, awesome. Yeah, I remember there was some company, gosh, I can't remember the name of it though. I mean, I'll get some of that unusual option flow through my broker, but I think it was called, I tried it for a while. It's called Sweetcast, I think. I think that was the name of it. I ended up, yeah, paid for it and then I just stopped using it because I'm like, well, I get most of this data already. Okay, here we go. Let's see what Microsoft decides here. Obviously, if it pushes higher, I'm going to get out. You know, I'm not here to arm wrestle markets right now. I just said, or I just saw like a rejection here on the cues. Spies kind of, you know, hanging on to this 570 level ish. Um, but if there's going to be a name that breaks down first, it's likely going to be Microsoft. And if it decides to move higher, well, then we can get bullish on the cues. Right now, we kind of have like almost some contradicting trades, right? We've got Amazon long, Microsoft short, Carvana short, Tesla been watching, Spy long. It's like there's all these almost like hedge type trades in a way, um, but I don't mind it. So it kind of in some scenarios, right? If we start moving down, good news is we've got a couple names to benefit from that downside move. SMCI, that's a big sell. What is that? What's going on there? Just dump $4 in one candle. What's going on there? All right. It's kind of a slow day. I may take a break and then come back near the close. I'm gonna stick around here for a little bit, maybe 30 more minutes or so. But yeah, kind of a slow day. Amazon just meh. If it starts moving too much against and breaks below that 190 or 191.22 level, I'll just dump it. It's good news that we have, Microsoft should follow. And if it does, then we get a bingo moment. All right, I'm going to come out of the SPY position here if we don't bounce here in a moment. CBNA, I want to see a new low of day. Can we get it? Mm. Ideal target would be like 165 print. I don't know if we're going to get that today, though. We almost got it. What was it, 167 today? Yeah. All right, Amazon, come on. Getting ready to add on Microsoft. If we break, let's see, 434.70, I'll add. I think we're going to see a bit of a rollover here in the market. Goolsby is talking about until recent rate cut. Fed hasn't been in tightening policy, cutting 50. Hold on. 100 basis points above neutral rate. If rates continue like this, there are a lot of cuts to come in the next 12 months. Long way to come down to get our interest rate. Uh-oh. That might spook the market. Good news is we're already in position in some shorts. And if we turn and burn, we have some long positions. So don't mind getting out of names like the SPY, right? But if this is in fact interpreted as a no bueno, we've got some positions to the downside. What's ABGO doing, guys? What's going on there? Hmm. Hmm. Little concern on CBNA now. If they're talking about multiple rate cuts, deeper rate cuts, that could actually trigger a big spike in CBNA because people might get like, oh, hey, rate cuts, cars, great. Woo, let's rally this thing. So keep an eye on that. Wow, it's really slow. Really slow. Good news is if you're a bull, we're up at the highs. So if you're a longer term bull, not a whole lot to fear here. You're directionally in favor, but getting ready to add on Microsoft here. If we get the break, let's see. Watch the cues here, guys. Okay. 56869. When I click the button to get out of the last few contracts I have on the SPY, if we break that level. Watch SMCI though. Whoa, that thing is pulling back huge right now. Okay, guys, keep an eye on the cues. So we get a breakdown of Microsoft. Love to see a breakdown of Carvana. Again, the optimism around additional rate cuts coming up by the end of the year could help Carvana now. to go against my position. That's okay. We added to Microsoft. Amazon just got stopped out. Again, it was a smaller size position. I was hoping to add as a new tire, but oh well. Guys, watch Microsoft here. You see a break under 433, should be game over for that stock. Basically, wait for the 420s if that break happens on Microsoft. So I have like a couple big levels on the SPY I'm keeping an eye on. So if it helps, I'll share that. But it's 572.88 all time high, 571.09. Some activity from a trading perspective in that area, 568.69. At the bottom end of that range, 566.95 to hold that upward channel, the top third of that channel. And then basically to make matters easy, just call 565. I actually have 565.16, but 565 is kind of the next bubble below. If we start breaking that, I think we're going to likely trigger that initial move. Again, it's not going to be abrupt per se, I don't think. I mean, it could be, but definitely think if we do see A, the seasonality, and B, like some of this optimism get out of the market, you know, 7, 7 to 20% correction to the downside. You know what I'm anticipating? Just to call it SPY down to like 550, 545 ish. But again, from a technical structure, I would have preferred to see a 571, 572 print. I mean, heck, even a 575 print, just to kind of show like, hey, uh, show of force in a way, you know. But didn't see that, so that's what it is. Okay, Carvana, you either break down now or I leave. All right, guys, looks like markets are kind of rolling over. I don't know. Do you want to risk going against a Tesla or an SMCI that had this massive move, or take an Amazon that's slowly moving down, right? Um, Microsoft kind of bouncing off the 200 here. JP Morgan, looks like. Yeah. Rebel. Yeah. Yeah, don't get me started on IWM, Mark. That's I think that was an excuse um, to get some liquidity from everyday folks to build their portfolios, which I don't entirely agree with. I mean, I get why they did it, but I don't know. Like, hey, I've got this great idea. We have 2,000 companies, of which 80% of them don't make money, don't return positive yield on their revenue targets. What do you say we invest in all those? You interested? Yeah, cool. Give me another 20, 30, 40, 50, $100,000 so I could put my money to work for you. Like, what? No, thanks. I'll stick to other names, even other ETFs for that matter. So yeah, that just the whole IWM trade. I don't know. I get rates help them, but It's kind of like I prefer like the mid cap IWS over IWM, and even then, like I don't know. Give me the Qs, give me the SPY. At least the companies in those ETFs, I know for sure are more higher probability generating revenue. So these names in IWM, I mean, they haven't made money in 5 years. Yeah, let's double down, guys. Let's do what? Well, looks like Carvana is in fact taking that as good news. I'm on the wrong side of that trade. Luckily, we trimmed up on the way down, but still, like, really thought we'd get a stronger push lower. But of course, having that news come out right as I take a position, what can you do? You know, so you're probably looking at names like ENPH, FSLR, names that'll benefit significantly from rate cuts. But ironically, ENPH lower, 114. FSLR pulling back. CVX, meanwhile, holding higher. Okay. Exxon, let's look at SOP, at SLB. Okay. Yeah, all the oil charts look exactly the same. Nvidia looks like it. I'm telling you, like, what is that? Like AVGO stronger than Nvidia. AMD looks just like Nvidia now. $172 will get stopped out of the remaining shares on Carvana, unfortunately. Well, maybe it's an inside day. Tell you what, guys, I'm gonna take a break. I'll be back this afternoon though. I'll come in maybe around I'll call it 1. See how things are going. Um, I'll leave this short on Microsoft. We do have a stop in place. Carvana, I'll probably get stopped out any minute here, unfortunately. But these are the kind of days, frankly, like this is why I was on a watch list. I wasn't saying long or short or this or that. It's just because today felt like it was going to be, chop around, make a decision at some point, right? Higher or lower. And if you're on the right side of the trade, great. If you're not, then, you know, you're going to get smacked around. Look at Amazon, right? Like we were making money, then take a partial because frankly, just wanted a bigger breakout. Broke lower, gets stopped out, take a loss there. SPY, kind of same thing. We trimmed up on the way up. Good news. Got paid. That's great. But then, drop lower, get out, and now I don't have position to the upside on the SPY. I'm happy to get back into it, but maybe not. All right, we're just chopping around, going sideways. Sideways days for me equal losing days typically. So not going to fight the tape here. Not going to try to be correct. Like I'm waiting for an actual distinct movement. Carvana, like I said, right now about to get stopped out. The advent of hey, you're going to get cheaper rates, buy more cars. You know, that's the narrative right now in Carvana. But we're what 30 cents, 50 cents away from getting stopped out, which is just it's too bad. I mean, I don't know. Getting whipsawed is never fun. It'd be different if I had an appetite to hang on to this trade for a few months, then I wouldn't care. But you know, I want to get directional move on Carvana, get out of the way, and maybe leave some runners. But the fact that it just turned on a dime like that right at the VWAP after breaking lower, like there's no. We had the low of day, and technically this is a higher low now. So is this now the beginning of a bull march on Carvana with the you know optimism around additional rate cuts? Like, I don't know. I'll get out of the way. So, Isaac, it's up to you, man. Maybe buying the high of day, basically. The question you have to ask yourself is, what are you willing to risk up at those highs? Like, what's your goal? Is your goal to get 250, 252, 253, 256? Because if you get in at 249, you're going to risk at least 2 points to the downside, at least, just to get the view up, right? So it's up to you. All right, guys, check it out. So hopefully most of you guys stick around. Looks like we had some people already take off, but 1 o'clock, I'll be back. I'm just gonna, make a sandwich, keep an eye on markets. In the meantime, happy to jump on as we see any kind of movement. Um, like I said, we have a stop in place, Carvana 172. Luckily, we paid ourselves, so we got at least paid on that. And I'm waiting for Microsoft to break. If I see a break below 433, guys, I'm gonna hold that thing probably till the end of the week until I see like a 420 print, like 429, 420, I know 428, whatever it is, All right, so I will be back in a bit, guys. Trade safe. It's a pretty ugly day, sideways day, inside day. It gets frustrating as traders. But if you can, take the opportunity to look around different sectors, find the leaders in those sectors, behavioral patterns in those sectors, look at your RSI, your MACD, whatever your favorite indicators are, and identify like, hey, instead of, let's just say, for example, the chip sector, right, may look a certain way, but if you look at AMD, AVGO, NVDA, MU, and SMCI, they're all telling you a different story, right? So we're kind of breaking that pattern of, hey, if one goes up, they all go up, right? What we're seeing is investors make a decision on the names they think are going to work out. By the way, Isaac, I think you were asking about Tesla. I would wait for a VWAP reversal here. So call it that 247, 246.82. See if it can hold that level, give you an opportunity for a better entry. And then if you look at your 200 EMA right below that, which is 245, you're 2 points to the downside. You're kind of in between. So you can take advantage of an upside move if it happens, right? And then protect yourself on the downside if it does break that VWAP. I would, just anytime you're looking at getting in near the high of day, be mindful of what you're willing to risk in the event it pulls back, right? So maybe look for better entry, and if the entry doesn't happen, that's okay. Just be patient. Oh, look at Ed said the exact same thing. Yep, Ed, gold star for you, my friend. I totally concur with that. All right, guys, see you at 1 o'clock. Be back. Cheers. Just came back. Potential sell-off might be brewing here. Not too much though. Seeing some resistance at the high of day on the Qs. So if we don't push higher very soon, look for names to pull back. CBNA though, worst timing to get that kind of news. Sounds like multiple rate cuts, almost all but certain. We did see that on the dot plot, but sounds like Goolsby's kind of confirming that that's coming. We get stopped out at that about a little over a point ago, 172. Again, I'll be right back. Just having some lunch. See you guys in a bit, around 1 o'clock. All right, since I missed the long position on Tesla today, may try to see what a short looks like up here. Super tight stop, high of day, plus 10 cents. So 250.10, I'll be stopped. It's a build position. And in the event we roll over here in the markets, again, SPY hitting the VWAP in the 200, hanging on. Q's just above that. So right now, and it's kind of a sideways day. I mean, we're not really up, we're not really down, we're just chopping around. So, if you see a pullback and you make a point or two, don't hesitate to pay yourself first. I see Mark, you took a trade on coin. We'll be able to scalp that, take some money off the table there. It's good for you. Yeah, I think markets are kind of somewhat indecisive still at the moment. Um, let's not forget we are still up and in a bull trend. So favoring the upsides of being counter trend can be risky. So um, keep your stop losses in place if you are going counter trend. Okay, I'll be back about an hour. I'll take a small partial on Tesla here. Just a little over a point. Not bad. More of a scalp than an. Guys, be careful of the cues right now. Pretty strong move down. Watch for the low of day. Meta is selling off pretty good. So we get a bounce off the low. We could see an opportunity to buy here at these levels. Let's just keep an eye on it. Right now, watching the cues pretty closely, seeing how it behaves here at the close. About 30 cents away. Form some support there. Could be an opportunity to bounce higher. Or if we break that previous candle there at the bottom, was at 482, let's call it. Could see some additional selling. Be careful. Q's right at the close. Let's see how it behaves here. Kashkari will be up in 40 minutes. Apple breaking down now. Meta had a pretty big sell-off. Sounds like Meta has an event going on. Somehow I wasn't keeping track of. I misspoke. It's on the 25th and 26th for Meta Connect 2024. So maybe people are just taking some profit in advance. I mean, it had a monster move. So again, not surprised to see some of this exuberance being sold into to take profit, but Q's still holding. See what happens. Probably trim up a little bit more on Tesla here in a moment. Good opportunity here. It could bounce. Let's see how it behaves down at the VWAP. So ideally 247 and a half-ish would be great. Maybe another point, but if we don't get it, I'll trim up. Finally got the move on Amazon though. So that's good. Took a little more off Tesla. Still profitable trade. We got some, some left if some runners if it decides to break. 247 and a half. The next partial area, and then if we see follow through, I'll take some more. horseshoes and hand grenades. I'll take a little more off Tesla. Let's see if we get a follow through below the VWAP, but it is at the 200 and the VWAP converged right there at the same level, about that 247.5. We're there now. So when I had trimmed up, I have 100 left. If we continue the downside break, great. If we don't, that's okay too. Nice green day for me, but I wouldn't say it's a huge green day just because we're chopping around today. Kind of hard to find some of these moves. We trimmed up on Amazon, then decided to move higher. So the good news is we're collecting on that. But let's see how 1 o'clock. Kicking myself right now for not shorting Apple again. Again, remember that 225 level? Big level. If we see a break under that, right now we're probably going to bounce up to the VWAPs to 22760-ish maybe. We see markets turn around. The Q is holding the close right now, so again, we're just kind of seeing some balanced profit taking out of those big names. Microsoft and Apple, kind of my canaries today. You know, Apple's below the VWAP, Microsoft's still above VWAP. Microsoft breaks below VWAP. I think I don't know if Amazon, Tesla, and Nvidia can prop up the Qs much longer if we see a sell-off on those two names. Looking for a break on Microsoft under 434. I'll take a partial off my position there. I'm going to build a short on the Qs under the close. It'll be a build position just in case we continue to roll over. Okay, we're in. I'll add at the low of day. Let's see if we get a break. I'm going to trim up on Microsoft here, right here at the VWAP. Twenty minutes before Kashkari speaks. But if you were short, don't be afraid to pay yourself. Maybe get a bigger break here, but Q's kind of holding this close pretty well. Bull's putting up a decent fight. Let's see if bears step in. If they take out the low of day, we can add to that position. It's a really small Q position because we could easily turn around and move higher. Sorry, Len, it's 484. It's a typo. 484. I was hoping that maybe you guys could figure that one out. Give me a type this. It's basically it was 4 cents above the close. So I was mentioning that literally live as we were talking, or as I was talking, and then trade filled. Originally had the position at the close and got a better fill, so that's okay. Not that 4 cents makes that big of a difference on a bill, but we'll take it. Geez, now I'm really looking at it. I totally made a typo. It's 48248. 48248. That's the. Let me get the typing right. Again, I'm keeping an eye on Meta too because I was wanting to short Meta for a while, but it's hard to get in front of that freight train moving higher. I mean, 574 almost today printed. And I was watching that like, okay, well, 575 seems like it makes sense. Maybe I'll build a position there. And immediately we retreated. Thought maybe it bounce off the VWAP. We haven't stopped all day selling off Meta. So Meta was one of the names carrying the cues, amidst Apple selling, then Apple bounced, then sold again, right? And somehow the cues are still managing to stay up. So I'm looking at names like Amazon, Tesla. Those are obviously holding the highs. Microsoft though retreating, one of the weaker ones, the Mag 7, believe it or not, even though they did a big deal with CEG, I think that's going to raise concerns about capital expenditure, rising names in the AI space from a competitor landscape. If you look at Google, even where's Google at? Look at Google, down, low. I actually like that one also for a short. Between Google and Microsoft, kind of the two weaker names in the Mag 7, even though they're pushing at the highs. Um, Apple being the weakest, but it's hard to time Apple. I tried to do it on Friday. It pushed a point against. It was in like 230 area, and then it went to like 231. I'm like, okay, I guess I got it wrong. Maybe it wants to move all-time highs. I guess I don't know. And then wake up this morning only to see that all that exuberance sold off. So looking at the weighting of the cues and the SPY and what names are in there, it's important. So keep an eye on some of those names. Like you see a down leg in Apple and Microsoft. They hold a lot of weight in the cues, but I'm seeing like rotation of the chip names. AVGO's holding up okay over the VWAP. AMD kind of the same thing. Um, Nvidia, what's Nvidia doing? Nvidia again just fell asleep today. SMCI holding a 200 EMA right now at 465 for now, but we did see a move right to 483 earlier. So does that mean that bulls are convinced? Hey, let's get SMCI back in the 500s? Maybe, but if I'm seeing Apple and Microsoft and Nvidia hanging here at the lows, I'm not willing to risk it, knowing that they had some interesting data about their financials, as we talked about. Yeah, Len, sorry about that. I mentioned the close. It's just 482, 44. I saw that down move, hit market, got filled 4 cents above. It's what it is. I'm human. What can I say? All right, let's see if we can get a break on Microsoft here under 434 again and like continue. Right now, for whatever reason, it's trying to hold that 434, 435 area. Tesla, we literally have runners left. Can't lose on that trade. Worst case, I'll break even on the remaining shares. But while I did trim up my position in Microsoft, um, I'd like to see a lot more. I'd love to see a low day, but Kashkari could ruin that for us in 15 minutes. Let's see what happens. HFTs are out there buying it. High frequency traders, the algos right now, buying the close on the Qs. So still kind of bullish for now. Microsoft tagged the VWAP, broke the 434 handle. Let's see if we can get some follow through. I don't know though. I mean, could be algos waiting down there, but I'll see if I get a deeper break here. Maybe get some bears to show up. Worth noting, if we do see bears step in and then magically the bulls, in one or two candles put in a bullish engulfing, then I think that structure we talked about at the open becomes viable, aka pushing SPY to 571, 572. The fact that we're still holding up here on the SPY, it's still for structure technically okay, but we haven't retested that all-time high. So not to say that we have to, but um, it's just frustrating to see moves like say on the Qs or Microsoft. We're finally seeing a little bit of follow through, but as soon as you get a break, you think, oh man, we're gonna see a actual break to 432, 431, 430. It goes down 10 cents and then snaps right back up. Instead of seeing that follow through from a break standpoint, it just tells me that bears are nervous and bulls are, I don't know, like just trying to protect their alpha, I guess. All right, took some off of Microsoft here. Really thought we'd see more. Still have a decent size, but I mean to make a little over a point after all this time. I mean that's meh. We made more on Tesla, but kind of hanging on to Microsoft all day, waiting for a big breakdown. If we get it, great. We just have a smaller size. As for the Qs, you know, such a small position. I don't really, I'll give it till over the 200 and the VWAP, which kind of are in the same spot now. Maybe I'll let it dance around there a little bit. If it shoots through that pretty strongly, then we'll get out of the way and see if the market can actually put in a new all-time high. So maybe encouraged to flip directions. But for now, we'll give it 11 minutes to wait for Kashkari, see what they gotta say. And good news is we're in position if markets do decide to move lower. We have a position in Amazon that's moving higher, which is good. I'll be keeping an eye on Apple around the VWAP. Like maybe I start a short position there. I don't know. So you guys know I've been talking about how crummy I think the new Apple iPhone is since they came out with it, but whatever. Trade what you see, not what you feel, right? It's definitely got to be one of the rules. I don't know which rule it'll be. Rule number one, pay yourself first. And we'll have like principles, right? Cut your losers short, let your winners run. That's definitely probably principle number one. Principle number 2, don't add to a losing trade. I should be writing these down. Principle number 3, don't get out on a spike that moves against you. Wait for the next candle, maybe 2 for consolidation. So you still might come out red on the trade, but at least you didn't get out in the initial knee-jerk reaction. I'll take a look at oil, Vincent. Yeah. I'm actually watching Google right now while it's at the lows. I mean, this is Vincent. This is kind of another, I'd say, swing to portfolio type move. If we do see sector rotation, which take a look at all the tech names right now, obviously really high still, right? It's hard to say like, oh yeah, that is really weak. Well, today maybe, but let's be mindful. It put in all-time highs 2 days in a row, 3 days in a row, you know, in anticipation of their upcoming event, which is 2 days from now. So it's not a surprise to see some profit taking. I mean, obviously, I wish I was on that side of the trade right now because I've been wanting to short Meta here at the highs, but you know, is what it is. But look more broadly, right? Nvidia hanging out the lows. AVGO, you know, just now breaking under VWAP. AMD holding above VWAP. SMCI, you know, some cautious optimism, I would say, with hey, maybe their annual report comes in line, and you know, if they report numbers and everything was kosher, I mean, it sold off, guys, like 200-300 points in a matter of days. So, you know, seeing a little bit of a correction on SMCI, that makes sense. But if you look at the big names, Apple, Microsoft, like they're aiming lower. So in my mind, one of two things are going to happen. This is the beginning of the drawdown, where people kind of wake up to the fact, hey, cutting 0.5%, maybe the Fed's hiding something from us. Maybe there's something else looming that's not as great as we think it is. 2, they just go, hey, such great exuberance, such great profit. Let's bank some, because technically, you know, Qs are still, you know, high. SPY still high. So there's still room to trade this market in a healthy way. You know, it's hard to say like it's too high or too low. You know, VIX right now is just below 16, which is kind of normal. We talked about, you know, anywhere from 15 to 17. I would say that's like a healthy range for both bears and bulls to battle. Typically more bullish in that area. You start seeing a push on the VIX over 18, 19, 20, you know, probably getting more bearish on markets. But the breadth in the market is hard to deny, right? I think seeing some rotation into names like in the oil space is viable. I think looking at consumer staples, for example, I think those might retreat a little bit. Again, maybe not short term, but I would say, you know, midterm, because again, like Restoration Hardware, huge move higher, great earnings, right? But at what point are people going to realize, like, hey, if we see unemployment numbers continue to rise, if we see debt service continue to rise, like people might start looking at defensive names. You know, I think the high yield names, that party was maybe 2-3 weeks ago, looking for high dividend names. And we saw that movement, right? Utilities moving higher, et cetera. But I think right now there's definitely a balancing happening, and the question becomes like, okay, well, how inflated are some of these tech names? How out of position are we in some tech names? You know, look at Tesla. Tesla right now, there's a lot of money to push that stock up to 247. How long were we in the, you know, low 200s, 190s, whatever? Now magically we're at 250, right? So it takes a lot to push that higher, but we're coming into news around robotaxi. So we talked about that week and a half to 2 weeks kind of in advance of like earnings or big announcements. Meta was the same thing. Meta's got their upcoming, you know, summit here on Wednesday and Thursday. So people are just getting ahead of it, right? Forward looking. We talked about that. My concern is if we see names like Apple and Microsoft continue to aim lower, same with Nvidia, there's no question that tech names are probably going to see a little rotation downward, or we're going to get more breadth into the secondary tech names. Um, that includes a name like Adobe, which maybe is not the right company to look at right now, but because Adobe had pretty lousy earnings. Um, I should say forward guidance. Their earnings were terrible, but in the challenge with days like today, though, it's an inside day. Like, look, the Qs are down 30 cents from the close. Uh, but if you look more broadly, just at your heat map, like there's a lot of stocks that are just kind of flat to neutral. And then you have a couple standouts. Like, look, Oracle sold off 2% today. Tesla's up 4% today. Micron coming into earnings is up 2.5%. Intel, with the ambition of potentially being acquired by Qualcomm, is up 3.2%. I don't know about you. I don't. I used to own Intel stock for a really long time, and it just didn't do anything. It was almost like Pfizer. Pfizer was kind of a similar one for me. Um, so I just dumped it. Right. I was like, okay, Intel, like it was like at 20 something dollars to 30 something dollars, like constantly. And I'm like, you know what? Forget it. I'm pretty sure everybody else kind of felt the same way. You see that in the stock, but to see it move higher, I think the optimism is that Qualcomm, I think, is a little bit better run company, more integrated with a lot of the other both chip makers, manufacturers, and distributors from a foundries perspective. But then if you look at Qualcomm stock today, it's down 2%. Well, the reason is if they do plan to acquire Intel, they're going to take on a ton of bad debt, a ton of bad potential executives that they might have to let go and restructure. I mean, it's not easy bringing on companies. So, I say secondary names. If you look into names like Dell, do I love Dell? Not really. But if we're going to see rotation even within the tech space, again, cue the disclaimer, right? Um, we're going to see some, rotation out of the big ones like Microsoft and Apple, and we saw that in the chips, right? Nvidia, right? It was like everyone wanted to trade. We trade Nvidia almost every day here, guys. I didn't touch Nvidia at all today, or last week for that matter, just because it's dancing around this 115 to 120 area. I get it. It's 5 points. You get it right. Boom. You make your 5 points. If you're buying the bottom, it moves to the top. But ever since they had their earnings call, and there was some ambiguity around where the ROI would be, or more importantly, where the revenue generation would be for these chips. Like, hey, we're going to have to invest billions of dollars to build these data centers with all these chips. Great. Well, where's the product that's tangible? Oh, Apple has one. Just kidding. It's a phone that ships without software. Like, what? That's weird. So again, I think when you saw that rotation out of NVIDIA, what did you see? You saw the benefactors were AMD, AVGO, TSM. So seeing that rotation for a more balanced sector, I think, is slowly happening right now. And again, that could change. And I say that could change. Like if we see, crisis, I would say, show up from a monetary standpoint, then yeah, the big names are going to likely benefit, and the other names are going to get dumped. But for now, they're trying to diversify the sector to hold up and prop up, frankly, the ETFs, where a majority of funds, like fund managers, are keeping their, you know, high net worth customers in a lot of those types of assets, right? So again, cue the disclaimer, just a thought. I could be totally wrong. That's fine, but that's my perception of kind of what's to come. Which again, if you see Microsoft, Apple, Nvidia move lower, look at the weight they carry in the queues. We're seeing the queues move higher. A healthy pullback wouldn't be the worst thing. SPY not tagging the new or all-time high, a little concerning, but it doesn't always have to happen. We talked about exuberance. We talked about a squeeze. I mean, that's pretty obvious on Thursday. But the fact that Friday didn't even attempt it, that's concerning. And now here we are Monday. There's no attempt there higher as well. So again, it's just something to be, you look at market structure and kind of what you're thinking would be appropriate. We're not playing by the rules that technical analysis would apply. Right now, we're just chopping around in the day, so we could totally still move to the highs. And if we saw some more exuberance play out, like we're seeing today in names like Tesla, I'd want to see SPY up at the 575 to 576 area um, for potential, entry to short. To be honest, and you ask, well, why would you wait for that all-time highs to build a short? Well, it becomes a lower risk trade. Like the higher we go, the lower risk it becomes. We're in late cycle investing, which typically means rotation into those safety names, utilities, etc. We saw that happen early before the rate cut announced. And then we saw them unwind some of those positions once the rate cut was announced, because frankly, you're going to see bonds behaving in a certain way. And if you can get higher yield off of bonds, right, then you'll move that direction. But if we see the opposite happen, well, now you're going back to that word or phrase we talked about, equity risk premium. Where are you going to get it? Are you going to get it names like Microsoft that are near all-time highs when we don't know what the next earnings season is going to look like? You can get it from Apple, who's already pushing all-time highs and approaching questionable adoption of the new iPhone. You're going to put it in an Nvidia where they blew their number out, talked about a massive buyback in stock, and still it's selling off. Like these are kind of, I don't know, just I don't like to think of the red flags. I look at all the green flags too. Like what's great is markets are on high, but I would say most of that stuff's kind of obvious, right? The optimism around a 0.5% rate cut, additional cuts to come, whether that's via the dot plot or what the Fed's announcing, like who benefits from that? Does Nvidia really benefit from that? Does Microsoft? Like Microsoft and Apple have more cash on hand than just about any other company. Does it benefit Tesla? Sure. They've got a pretty decent balance sheet though. And I don't really know how much they need to borrow, frankly, with the advent of maybe new gigafactories, right? Like they have them in all the key areas already, and most of that debt is served, or it's being serviced, I should say, because Elon's, vertically integrating the company, optimizing margins. So I know that's a lot, and I figure I'm like over here talking by myself, but when you're looking at names like CVX and you're looking at names like Exxon, it would be more of like a hedge strategy. If we see rotation into sectors, um, you'd want to see them in names like oil or financials. If you're moving out of tech, I suppose I should say. So that makes sense. It's a lot of information, but I would say cue the disclaimer because it's your money. Trade how you want it. Nothing makes me happier than to see you guys making money doing this. Obviously, me making money doing this makes me happy too. But I want to make sure that when we say cue the disclaimer, I've been wrong plenty of times, but I've been right usually 53% of the time, which that's enough edge on markets to be a profitable trader. And that's kind of my goal, right? At the end of the day. Managed to take a tiny bit off of Microsoft. I still have a decent size on it. So let's see if we can get some follow through on the breakdown. As I was talking, as soon as I saw that 432 print, took some off. So yeah, Vincent, I don't know if that answers your question, but if you're looking at oil, it's I would say more of like a swing or portfolio type position because you have to be willing to dollar cost in over a period of time. Because if that sector rotation doesn't happen and rotation decides like, hey, you know what, we're going to go into transportation instead, which by the way has not been doing great, or we're going to go into chips, right? We're going to go into NVIDIA and SMCI and AVGO and AMD, kind of like what we've seen. Well, market's going to move higher and you're going to get better equity risk premium on those products than you are in oil. I think the conflict that we have going on across the globe, unfortunately, um, has a tendency to benefit oil stocks just because it provides more scarcity. I know it's almost silly or kind of nerve wracking to say out loud, but as traders, that's kind of our objective is to find opportunity. And unfortunately, that opportunity sometimes means, you know, at the exposure of others. Um, but if you treat it as, state on a page and information to digest, just treat it as trading and makes your decision a little easier. If you ask me. I haven't heard anything about Kashkari yet. Tell you one thing, SPY breaks that low a day, 565 is in striking distance, and if we break 560, you know what? I tell you what, I'm gonna take some options on that actually. Let's see, 570s are premiums are going up right now on the put options for the SPY, pretty out of whack. Let's see, 565 put, bounce there. I'm gonna grab the 570s. They're a little more expensive, but some of the premiums kind of baked in. So it moves against, we'll know pretty quick. I'm gonna wait for 56869. Let's see what it does there on the SPY. If we reject that level, I'll probably build up a put option, maybe a spread here. Let's see. There is. Okay, this. Okay, watching it now. I send you guys the link. If you guys care to watch this. Talking about like early stage education, kind of investing in that. If you're just tuning in. Tesla holding up pretty well at the VWAP and the 200 here. This 248 level. Let's see what happens. I'm still short that position from up near the highs, but if I see it move any higher here, I'll probably get out. So we're going to do some Q&A right now on Crash Card meeting here. Speaking at the Greater Kansas City Chamber of Commerce Leadership Exchange. Yes, not really a, I don't think this will be a stock moving discussion per se. So trade price action. Not talking really about rates or deployment, things of that nature. Tell you what, I'm gonna I might actually call it a day. I'm still on my short on Microsoft. I just got out of Tesla. Still a winning trade. You know, we trimmed up on the way down. Target was 247 and a half. We got it. I saw the breakdown at 247.21. Trimmed up on the way back through at 247 and a half. And then we just got, I don't say stop that. I just decided, hey, like, I'm not going to fight the tape. Microsoft, though, moving beautifully. About 2 points on that. I'd like to see a deeper cut on Microsoft, to be honest. So I'll hold the rest of my shares. I'll put a stop, basically my entry, which is 435 and change. Let's look around here. NVIDIA, just trying to find a base at that 115. AVGO, rejecting the 200 for now. If you're thinking SMCI, 465 seems to be the magic number to push higher, but you'd need the Qs and the SPY to participate as well. Watching Meta here, if we get a bounce up near the VWAP on Meta, I might be encouraged to start building a short position. Again, I'd rather kind of wait for the event, just because I missed the short opportunity of 573. But I mean, that would have been awesome. Who knew, right? I mean, that thing was pushing super hard to the highs. I mean, it would have been literally a hero trade at the all-time highs. So, not a huge day for me, you know, under $1,000, but you know, Microsoft could change that in a hurry here if it tanks. But overall, though, pleased with it because sideways chop, my batting average is pretty low on days like that. They usually end up, you know, I mean, look at Carvana, for example. We shorted it, I trimmed it, and then got ran over. I mean, that sucks, right? Literally, right as I'm in the short position, we're moving in favor, price actions in favor, hit the VWAP, break the VWAP. We're supposed to move lower, and right at that same exact moment, validation that we're likely going to get more rate cuts, deeper rate cuts come in, which benefits the likes of Carvana. I mean, that's why you got to have eyes and ears everywhere. So I think that'll do it, guys. I know I'm riding solo today. Scott should be back tomorrow. Hopefully, some of you guys are able to take some good trades today. It's kind of a rough day, right? Up, down, sideways. And today's proved to be a little more challenging, so I'm glad for some of you who were able to take, sounds like coin worked out for, who was it, Mark? Hopefully you paid yourself first, got paid on that move, and now look at it consolidate just below the close. So I'll be keeping an eye on also names like Dell, Adobe, CRM, uh, not Snow, ServiceNow, NOW. So on that note, guys, listen, appreciate each and every one of you. I will see you at the open tomorrow. Again, we're rooting for Microsoft to completely collapse. I'd love to see the 420s. I don't know if it's going to happen today. Watch Apple, the 225 level. If we break 225, bye-bye. Down we go. And that obviously weigh heavy on the Qs. But if you are looking at tech, look at it more broadly. Don't just look at the Mag 7 names. Look for, are we seeing rotation into names like Dell? Are we seeing rotation into names like ServiceNow or even Adobe or CRM or, kind of same players in that tech space? And if not, and you see like a negative correlation to some of those things, it might be an opportunity to short some of those things. So with that, there's a good chance I will not return. Also worth noting, guys, folks, I'm going to be out. Like I'll be on Thursday for maybe an hour. I'm actually taking off. Got a little family trip we have planned this weekend, so I'll be gone essentially from right around maybe 10:30 or 11, and I won't be returning until Monday. So hopefully I'll meet you guys on the close on Monday when I get back. But like I said, that'll be Thursday, Friday this week. I'll be out, and then like I said, hopefully return for the open on Monday. I know for sure we'll be back Monday. I just don't know if we get in, 6, 7 a.m. or if we get back in, you know, at noon. So with that, I'll leave you guys to it. Trade safe today. This is kind of a tricky day. As far as news goes, I don't really see anything else for the remaining part of the day. After the close, we see some, global PPI data out in like South America or South Korea. But let's be mindful. Wednesday's kind of the day I'm looking forward to, more or less. Should have Jerome Powell share kind of his perspective, and then we have Micron reporting earnings, which I think will have a big impact on NVIDIA, AVGO, Qualcomm, all the big chip names. So we'll keep an eye on Micron, as we move to their earnings Wednesday after the close. With that, we'll see you guys at the open tomorrow. Cheers.